Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more Nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The frost came down like a whisper that night. It settled across the Yorkshire moors with the patience of something ancient, something that knew these windswept heights long before humans thought to name them. By dawn, every blade of heather wore a coat of silver white, and the air itself seemed to crystallize, each breath turning visible as if the very act of living demanded to be seen in such a place. The sky hung low and pearl grey, promising nothing, threatening less, simply existing in that peculiar way winter skies do when they've forgotten the concept of hurry. Thomas Ridley found the carriage at 6:30 in the morning. He'd been out checking his sheep, a task that required rising before the sun even considered its own obligations, when he spotted it. There, in a shallow dell between two rises of moorland, sat a black carriage tilted at an odd angle, its wheels half buried in frozen earth. Frost had claimed it entirely, transforming the vehicle into something that belonged more to fairy tale than to the practical world of Victorian England. The lacquered wood gleamed beneath its crystalline coating, and the brass fittings had turned white with ice. Even the reins hung stiff and frozen, suspended in mid-air like the strings of some abandoned puppet theatre. Thomas stopped walking. His breath clouded before him, and somewhere distant a curlew called out, that lonely ascending cry that sounds like a question the moors never answer. The carriage door stood open. This detail caught Thomas first, before his mind could properly catalogue the strangeness of finding any carriage at all in such a location. The door hung ajar, revealing a dark interior that the weak morning light couldn't penetrate. Frost crystals had formed along the door's edge, each one catching what little light there was and throwing it back in tiny, defiant sparks. The sight was beautiful in the way dangerous things often are. Wolves in moonlight, the edge of a cliff, the smile of someone who means you harm. Thomas moved closer, his boots crunching through the frozen crust of snow. The sound seemed obscenely loud in the absolute stillness. No bird sang, no wind moved. Even his sheep, usually vocal in their dim-witted way, had gone silent somewhere behind him on the moor. As he approached, more details emerged from the strange tableau. The carriage itself was of good quality, not the sort of thing one expected to find abandoned on the moors like a dropped handkerchief. The wood, beneath its frost, showed signs of careful maintenance. The wheels, though stuck, appeared sound. This was a vehicle that belonged to someone with means, someone who could afford not just the carriage itself, but the upkeep it demanded. But it was the symbols that made Thomas's hand move instinctively to the iron nail he kept in his pocket, an old hedge against ill fortune his grandmother had insisted upon, and which he'd never quite managed to discard despite his more modern sensibilities. Someone had carved marks into the wood. Not casually, not as the idle scratching of a bored passenger, but with deliberate, careful intent. The symbols ran along the side of the carriage in a band perhaps 6 inches tall, stretching from the door toward the driver's seat. They were angular, strange, not letters from any alphabet Thomas recognised, though he admitted his education had stopped at basic reading and the sort of arithmetic required to count sheep and reckon market prices. The marks had been there long enough for frost to settle into their grooves, highlighting each line and curve in white against the black wood. They looked, Thomas thought, with a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold, like the sort of thing that belonged in the old stories, the ones his grandmother used to tell on winter nights, about things that walked the moors when the frost came down, about bargains made and prices paid in more than coin. He circled the carriage slowly, his breath coming shorter now, though he couldn't say why. The vehicle's position made no sense. The moor here was relatively flat, no hill steep enough to cause an accident, no obvious reason for a carriage to simply stop and be abandoned. More than that, there were no tracks leading to or from the scene. The frost and a light snowfall during the night had covered everything. Yes, but Thomas knew these moors. He could read them the way other men read newspapers. There should have been some indication, some disturbance in the general smoothness of the frozen ground. There was nothing. It was as if the carriage had simply appeared here, materialised out of the grey dawn like a thought made solid. The driver's seat sat empty. The reins looped over their post as if whoever had held them had simply stopped, set them down with care and departed. But departed where? And how? Thomas looked around at the endless roll of moorland, white and silver under the morning sky. A man on foot would leave tracks. A man fleeing would leave different tracks still, longer strides, scattered evidence of haste. He saw none of these things. Thomas reached the open door again, and after a moment's hesitation born of something deeper than mere caution, peered inside. The interior was empty. Well, not empty. There were seats upholstered in dark leather, now stiff with cold. A wool blanket lay folded on one bench. A leather valise sat on the floor, its buckles fastened, looking for all the world as if its owner intended to return momentarily. But of human occupants, there was no sign. Thomas straightened, his hand still gripping the iron nail in his pocket until his knuckles ached. He needed to fetch help. This was beyond his understanding, beyond the simple rhythms of his life that involved sheep and weather and the reliable progression of seasons. This was something else. He turned and began walking back toward the village, his pace faster than his usual unhurried stride. Behind him, the carriage sat in its dell, frost glittering, strange symbols catching the light, the open door revealing nothing but shadows, and the lingering suggestion that whoever should have been there had met with something other than an ordinary misfortune. The curlew called again, and this time it sounded less like a question and more like a warning. Whereas by the time the sun had properly risen, though risen seemed too generous a word for the grudging grey light that constituted a February morning in Yorkshire, half the village had made their way out to see the carriage. They came in twos and threes, the men mostly, wrapped in their rough wool coats and caps, their breath clouding before them as they stood in a loose circle around the dell and stared. Yorkshire folk weren't generally given to excitable displays, but there was an undercurrent of unease in the gathering that even the most stoic among them couldn't quite hide. "Reckon it's Hargreaves' carriage," said John Moss, the blacksmith, his voice carrying the flat, practical tone of a man used to dealing with physical objects and their occasional failures. "Has that look about it. Quality work on the brass fittings." "Aye, but Hargreaves is in Leeds this fortnight," replied Samuel Cooper, who kept the villagers only in and made it his business to know everyone's comings and goings. "Left on the Tuesday train, he did. His carriage should be with him, or at his house with young Peter seeing to it." "Well, it's not with him, is it?" Moss gestured at the obvious evidence before them. "It's here. Question is how, and where's the driver?" No one had an immediate answer to this, so they continued staring, as if the carriage might explain itself if given sufficient time and attention. It was old William Fletcher who finally said what several of them were thinking, but none wanted to voice. Fletcher was 70 if he was a day, with a face like weathered granite and hands that trembled now from age rather than the cold. He'd lived on these moors his entire life, as had his father and grandfather before him, and he remembered stories the younger men dismissed as nonsense left over from less enlightened times. "The marks," he said, his voice carrying despite its quaver. "Look at the marks on the wood." The gathered men looked. They'd all seen the symbols, of course, but had been doing that particularly English thing of noticing something strange while simultaneously pretending they hadn't. "Old signs, though, sir," Fletcher continued, stepping closer despite the visible reluctance in his movements. "Boundary marks. Warning marks. The sort of thing," he trailed off, then seemed to gather himself. "The sort of thing that gets carved when something needs keeping away." "Or keeping in now," William Samuel Cooper began, in the tone of a reasonable man dealing with superstitious nonsense, but Fletcher cut him off. "You all know the stories. Winter demon walks the moors when the frost comes hard. My grandfather saw it once, said it was tall as a man but thin as shadow, with ice in its fingers and frost for breath. That's just stories, Moss said, but his voice lacked conviction. Aye? Well, stories come from somewhere, don't they? Fletcher replied. And I'm telling you, those marks are old protection signs, the kind folk used to carve to keep safe from. Things. A silence settled over the group that had nothing to do with Yorkshire Reserve and everything to do with the uncomfortable meeting of the modern world with something far older. These were practical men, most of them. They knew sheep and stone walls, market prices and weather patterns. They'd grown up with gaslights and railways, with newspapers that brought word from London in a matter of hours rather than days. They lived in 1894, an age of progress and scientific understanding, but they also lived on the moors, where the wind carried sounds that had no source, where fog rolled in with purposes of its own, where the land itself seemed to remember things that predated human memory. And on winter mornings like this, when frost turned the world strange and a carriage appeared where no carriage should be, with its driver vanished and old symbols carved into its wood, well, perhaps there was room for doubt, room for the possibility that the stories weren't quite as foolish as modern men like to think. We should fetch the constable, Cooper said finally, seizing on the practical step with visible relief. Let him sort it. That's what we pay him for, after all. The men murmured agreement, grateful to have a concrete action to take, a bridge between the unease they felt and the rationality they preferred. They began to disperse, heading back toward the village, though more than one cast a final glance at the carriage, at those strange marks catching the light, at the open door that revealed nothing but shadow. Thomas Ridley lingered longer than most. He couldn't say why exactly, but something kept him there, staring at the frozen scene. The iron nail in his pocket felt heavier than it should, a small weight that nonetheless anchored him to older certainties than gaslight and telegraph wires could provide. The curlew called again from somewhere across the moor, and Thomas finally turned away, following the others back toward the village. Behind him, the carriage sat in its dell, patient and inexplicable, frost glittering on wood and brass, waiting for someone with more answers than a simple shepherd could provide. In London, in a comfortable room on Baker Street, a telegram was at that very moment being composed. Its message would be brief, as such things tended to be, the words chosen with care to convey both urgency and the particular type of puzzle that might interest a certain consulting detective. Strange occurrence, Yorkshire moors. Stop carriage found frozen driver missing. Stop unusual circumstances. Stop your expertise required stop. The telegram would arrive before noon, and by evening 2 men would be on a train heading north, one driven by curiosity and the love of puzzles that defied ordinary explanation, the other by loyalty and the doctor's instinct that wherever his friend went, someone might need medical attention before the matter was resolved. But that was still hours away. For now, the moors held their secret. The frost kept its silence, and in the village, men gathered at Cooper's Inn to drink tea laced with something stronger, and tell themselves that there was, surely, a perfectly reasonable explanation for it all, though none of them quite believed it. The telegram arrived at Baker Street just as the clock struck 11, delivered by a boy whose cheeks were red from the February cold, and whose breath came in visible puffs as he handed the small envelope to Mrs. Hudson. She, in turn, carried it upstairs with the peculiar mixture of resignation and curiosity that came from managing lodgers whose correspondence often preceded unusual events. Sherlock Holmes sat in his favourite chair by the window, a position he'd occupied for the better part of the morning. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be doing nothing, a dangerous state for a mind like his, as Watson well knew. When Holmes was unoccupied, he became restless, and when restless, he turned to habits that Watson, in his capacity as both friend and physician, found deeply concerning. But the telegram changed everything. Holmes read it once, quickly, then again with the slow, deliberate attention he gave to matters that genuinely interested him. Watson watched as something shifted in his friend's expression, the listlessness evaporating like morning fog under sudden sun. Watson Holmes said, not looking up from the small slip of paper, "How do you feel about Yorkshire in what capacity?" Watson replied, setting down the medical journal he'd been perusing, as a geographical entity, a historical region or a destination we're about to visit. The latter. Holmes handed him the telegram, a thin smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems the Moors have produced something that defies the local authorities' understanding. A frozen carriage, a missing driver. And I suspect from the careful phrasing here, something that has the locals rather unsettled. Watson read the telegram, his practical mind immediately cataloguing the sparse details. Could be perfectly ordinary, he offered, though without much conviction. An accident, perhaps. Driver wandered off, confused, succumbed to the cold, on a clear night on relatively flat moorland, after carefully setting his reins and leaving a valise behind. Holmes rose from his chair with the fluid motion of a man who'd suddenly remembered he had a purpose. No, Watson. There's something else here. Something that made the local constable, a man who likely prides himself on handling rural matters without help from London, send for me specifically. When do we leave? There's a train at 2:15 that will get us to Leeds by evening. From there, a local line too. Holmes consulted a railway timetable he produced from the chaos of papers on his desk, with the unerring accuracy of a man who understood the geography of England better than most cartographers. To Haworth, arriving near midnight. Not ideal, but the next morning train would cost us valuable time, and in cases like these, Watson, the first hours are crucial. Watson nodded, already mentally preparing for the journey. Travel with Holmes always required a particular readiness, for irregular meals, uncomfortable sleeping arrangements, and the possibility that what seemed like a simple inquiry might unfold into something considerably more complex. By 1 o'clock they were packed. By 2 they were settling into a first-class compartment as the train pulled out of King's Cross Station, the great iron beast gathering steam and speed as London's familiar sprawl began to slide past the windows. The journey north was, in its own way, a study in transformation. London gave way slowly at first, the densely packed streets and smoke-darkened buildings thinning gradually into suburbs, then into the smaller industrial towns that surrounded the capital like satellites around a planet. Holmes spent the first hour smoking his pipe and staring out the window with that particularly intense absence that meant his mind was working through possibilities, arranging and rearranging the sparse facts of the telegram into patterns only he could see. Watson, for his part, watched the landscape change and thought about the moors. He'd been to Yorkshire once before, years ago during his army days, and retained memories of a place that felt somehow older than the rest of England. Harder, certainly, less forgiving of mistakes, the sort of country that shaped the people who lived there into something as tough and enduring as the stone walls that divided the fields. "Tell me what you know of Yorkshire folklore, Watson," Holmes said suddenly, breaking a silence that had stretched for nearly an hour. Watson blinked, pulling his attention back from the window where industrial Birmingham was giving way to more rural landscapes. "Folklore? Not much, I'm afraid. There are the usual country superstitions, I suppose. Barguests, if I recall, are spectral hounds, various tales of fairies and the like, though I never paid much attention to such things." Holmes drew on his pipe, the tobacco glowing bright for a moment. "And yet such things persist generation after generation in places like the moors. Why do you suppose that is?" "Ignorance," Watson suggested. "Lack of education, isolation from modern thought." "Perhaps," Holmes allowed, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely satisfied with this explanation. "Or perhaps isolation of a different sort. On the moors, Watson, during a winter night, you can be miles from the nearest human habitation. No gaslight, no telegraph, no railway, just darkness and wind and the particular quality of silence that comes when one is truly alone. In such circumstances the mind plays tricks. Natural phenomena, the sound of wind through rocks, the way fog moves, animal cries in the distance, become interpreted through the lens of existing stories. The stories in turn are reinforced by these experiences, a cycle that perpetuates itself. You're suggesting the locals have frightened themselves with their own tales." "I'm suggesting," Holmes said, his eyes bright with interest, Elko zero that someone may have recognized the power of these tales and found a use for them. Fear is a remarkably effective tool, Watson, for keeping people from looking too closely at activities one wishes to keep hidden. Watson considered this as the train rattled on, carrying them steadily northward. Outside, the landscape continued its transformation. The fields were larger now, divided by those characteristic Yorkshire stone walls, dry-stacked limestone that would last for centuries, built by hands that understood stone and weather in ways city dwellers never could. The towns they passed through grew smaller, less frequent, their stations mere platforms where the train barely paused before pressing on. By the time they stopped at Leeds for a late dinner, eaten quickly in the station restaurant, Watson's beef pie adequate if not inspiring, the winter darkness had fallen completely. The final leg of their journey would be made through night-black countryside, seeing nothing, arriving at their destination with no sense of the land they'd be investigating come morning. The local train was considerably less comfortable than the London Express. The carriage was older, its seats worn, and it carried the smell of coal smoke and damp wool that seemed to permeate everything in this northern country. They shared the compartment with a wool merchant and a young woman travelling to visit family, neither of whom seemed inclined toward conversation. The merchant dozed almost immediately, his head bobbing with the train's rhythm, while the young woman stared out at the darkness with an expression that suggested whatever awaited her at journey's end was not entirely welcome. Holmes had withdrawn into himself again, his eyes half closed, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Watson knew better than to disturb him in this state. His friend was building a mental framework, constructing possibilities from minimal information, preparing his mind for the work ahead. The train climbed gradually into higher country. Watson could feel the change even without seeing it, the way the wind buffeted the carriages more strongly, the increased labour of the engine, the particular quality of the darkness outside that spoke of open spaces rather than enclosed valleys. These were the edges of the moors, that vast expanse of heather and peat bog and exposed rock that dominated the landscape like a sea frozen in earth and stone. At 11:30, the train pulled into Haworth station with a squeal of brakes and a last exhausted hiss of steam. The platform was nearly deserted, just a single porter stamping his feet against the cold, and a figure waiting in the shadows near the station house. This figure stepped forward as Holmes and Watson descended from the carriage, their breath immediately visible in the brutal cold. He was a broad man, made broader by his heavy coat, with a face weathered by outdoor work and eyes that held the particular wariness of someone dealing with matters beyond his usual competence. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his accent thick with Yorkshire vowels. "I'm Constable Brennan. Good of you to come so quickly." The telegram suggested urgency, Holmes replied, shaking the offered hand. "This is my colleague, Dr. Watson." "Doctor." Brennan nodded to Watson, then gestured toward a cart waiting beyond the platform. "I've a cart to take you to the inn. Not fancy, but clean, and Mrs. Cooper keeps a good fire. You'll want to be warm before we venture out to the moors come morning." As they loaded their bags into the cart, Watson got his first real sense of where they'd come. The village of Haworth, barely more than a collection of stone buildings clustered around a single main street, sat at the edge of darkness. Beyond it, invisible but palpably present, stretched the moors. The wind came from that direction, carrying cold and the scent of heather, and something else, something wild and old that made Watson pull his coat tighter despite himself. The cart rattled through streets lit only by occasional windows, and the constable's lantern swinging from a hook. The buildings were all local stone, grey limestone that seemed to absorb what little light there was rather than reflect it. Every structure looked built to withstand weather, with small windows and thick walls and roofs weighted with stone slabs. This was architecture born of necessity, of understanding that winter here was not merely a season but a force to be reckoned with. "The carriage is still where it was found?" Holmes asked as they travelled. "Aye," Brennan confirmed. "I've had men watching it, taking turns. Not that anything's likely to disturb it, but—" He trailed off, and in the silence, Watson heard what he wasn't saying, that the men watching were as much reassured by each other's company as they were effective guards. "Tell me about the driver," Holmes continued. "Has he been identified?" "That's the peculiar thing," Brennan said. and Watson could hear the frustration in his voice. The carriage belongs to one Mr. Hargreaves, a wool merchant of some means, but Hargreaves himself is in Leeds, has been for a week, and his usual driver, a man named Peter Shaw, is accounted for, tending to Hargreaves's other horses at his estate 3 miles from here. So, whoever was driving the carriage was not the usual driver. Seems so, and before you ask, no one in the village admits to having hired the carriage or seen it on the roads that day. It's as if Brennan hesitated, then pushed forward. As if it simply appeared where we found it. They'd reached the inn, a 3-story stone building with warm light glowing from multiple windows and a wooden sign creaking in the wind. The Moorside Inn. Brennan helped them unload their bags, then touched his cap. "I'll call for you at first light," he said. 6 o'clock, if that suits. The site's an hour's walk from here and you'll want to see it in proper daylight. 6 will be perfect, Holmes agreed. One more thing, Constable. These symbols that were mentioned in your telegram, have you any idea what they might represent? Even in the dim light, Watson saw Brennan's discomfort. Old William Fletcher says they're protection marks. Against. He stopped, seeming to struggle with how much to reveal. Against things from the old stories, the winter demon specifically. And do you believe in winter demons, Constable? Brennan's face hardened slightly. I believe in what I can see and touch, Mr. Holmes. But I also believe that there are men on these moors who've lived here 70, 80 years, and who've seen things I haven't. I don't dismiss their knowledge out of hand. Very wise, Holmes said, and Watson detected genuine approval in his tone. We shall see what the morning brings. Brennan nodded and departed, his cart rattling back into the darkness. Holmes and Watson stood for a moment in the cold, looking out toward where the moors must lie, invisible in the night but present as a weight against the consciousness. Well, Watson, Holmes said finally, picking up his bag, let us find this fire Mrs. Cooper maintains and a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we hunt demons of a rather more corporeal sort than the locals imagine. They entered the inn, warmth and light enveloping them immediately. The common room held a dozen locals nursing their evening pints, all conversation stopping as the strangers entered. Watson felt their eyes, weighing and assessing the particular suspicion rural folk held toward outsiders who arrived, asking questions about local troubles. Mrs. Cooper herself, a stout woman with flour on her apron and sharp, intelligent eyes, came bustling forward to show them to their rooms. As they climbed the narrow stairs, Watson caught fragments of resumed conversation below, voices low and speculative. From London, then. Detective, Sarah said. Won't find nothing we haven't. Should have left it alone, is what I say. His room, when Mrs. Cooper showed him to it, was indeed clean, simple but well maintained, with a fire already burning in the small grate and a thick quilt on the bed. Through the window, Watson could see nothing but his own reflection against darkness, but he knew the moors were there, stretching away into the night, holding their secrets with the patience of ancient things. He unpacked mechanically, his mind on the morning ahead. Holmes was right, almost certainly. There would be a rational explanation for the frozen carriage, the missing driver, the strange symbols. There always was. And yet, standing in this room at the edge of civilization's comfortable certainties, listening to the wind test the windows and imagining the vast darkness beyond, Watson found he could understand how superstition took root in such soil. Some places, after all, felt old in a way that defied easy explanation. Some darkness seemed deeper than mere absence of light. He shook off the thought, climbed into bed, and after a time fell into uneasy sleep, dreaming of frost and symbols and things that walked when winter came down hard upon the land. Dawn came late to the Yorkshire moors, and when it arrived, it did so grudgingly. Watson woke to the sound of movement in the hallway, the deliberate quiet steps of people who'd been awake for hours and had no sympathy for those who hadn't. His room had grown cold during the night, the fire reduced to ash, and frost had etched elaborate patterns on the inside of the window glass. He dressed quickly, layering wool and tweed against the cold he knew awaited outside, and descended to find Holmes already in the common room, nursing a cup of tea and conversing quietly with Constable Brennan. Watson Holmes said. looking up with that bright alertness that suggested he'd slept perfectly well despite the late arrival and unfamiliar surroundings. "Mrs. Cooper has provided us with an excellent breakfast. I suggest you fortify yourself thoroughly. We have a walk ahead of us, and the constable informs me the wind is particularly bitter this morning." Watson needed no encouragement. The breakfast was indeed substantial. Thick porridge with cream, fresh bread, eggs, bacon, and strong tea that tasted faintly of peat smoke. Around them, the inn's other early risers, farmers mostly, and one travelling salesman ate in that focused silence that characterised working men before a day's labour. But Watson felt their sidelong glances, caught the whispered conversations that stopped when he looked up. News travelled quickly in small villages. By now, everyone would know that a detective from London had arrived to investigate the frozen carriage. What they thought about this, Watson couldn't quite gauge, though the general atmosphere suggested a mixture of relief that someone was taking the matter seriously, and resentment that outsiders were needed at all. By the time they stepped outside, the sun had cleared the horizon, though cleared was perhaps too optimistic a word. The sky remained overcast, a uniform grey that turned the landscape into something almost monochromatic. The village looked even smaller in daylight than it had the night before, its stone buildings hunched against the wind like creatures trying to make themselves less noticeable to some vast predator. And beyond the village, stretching in every direction, lay the moors. Watson had forgotten, or perhaps never fully appreciated, the sheer scale of such landscape. There were no trees to provide reference, no buildings past the village edge, nothing but rolling expanses of rough ground covered in winter-brown heather and patches of snow that lingered in hollows and shadowed places. The horizon seemed impossibly distant, and the wind that swept across this openness carried a cold that found every gap in clothing, every exposed bit of skin, and settled there with malicious intent. "Christ," Watson muttered, pulling his scarf tighter. "Aye," Brennan said with grim satisfaction. "That's the moors for you. Beautiful in summer, or so they say, though I've never been much convinced. In winter, they're just bloody minded." They set off, Brennan leading the way along a path that was more suggestion than actual track. The constable moved with the confidence of someone who knew this land intimately, his boots finding solid ground where Watson would have hesitated, uncertain whether the next step would meet earth or bog. Holmes followed close behind, his sharp eyes taking in everything. The lay of the land, the patterns of old snow, the way the heather grew in relation to drainage and wind. Watson brought up the rear, his medical bag slung over one shoulder, more from habit than expectation of need. If they found the driver, if he'd been out in this cold for 3 days, there would be little Watson could do beyond confirm death and estimate its timing. They walked for perhaps 40 minutes, the village disappearing behind them until it was just a smudge of grey against the endless moor. The only sounds were their boots on frozen ground, the constant wind, and occasionally the cry of some bird Watson couldn't identify. Harsh, lonely sounds that seemed to underscore their isolation. "There," Brennan said finally, pointing ahead to where the land dipped slightly. "Just in that dell. We've kept 2 men on watch through the nights, but nothing's disturbed it. Nothing's even approached it, far as they could tell." As they descended into the shallow depression, the frozen carriage came into view, and Watson understood immediately why the locals had been unsettled. It was the stillness of it, he thought, the absolute, perfect stillness. The carriage sat there as if it had been placed by some enormous hand, positioned with care in the centre of the dell. The frost coating was even thicker than Thomas Ridley's initial report had suggested. The entire vehicle gleamed white and silver in the weak morning light, every surface covered in intricate crystal patterns that would have been beautiful if they weren't so profoundly wrong. No carriage should look like this. No vehicle abandoned for mere days should have acquired such a complete coating of ice. It looked less like something that had been caught by weather, and more like something that had been deliberately preserved, frozen in time as well as temperature. Holmes approached slowly, his movements careful and deliberate. Watson knew that expression. His friend had entered that state of intense concentration where he was no longer simply observing but reading the scene, extracting information from details too subtle for ordinary perception. The door, Holmes murmured, more to himself than to his companions. Still open, as reported. Note how the frost has formed on the inner surface as well as outer, consistent with the door having been open for the entire period of freezing. Not opened afterward, not blown open by wind. He circled the carriage, his eyes moving constantly, cataloguing everything. Watson and Brennan waited, knowing better than to interrupt. This was Holmes at his work, and it was rather like watching a musician perform. There was a rhythm to it, a flow that should not be disrupted. "The symbols," Holmes said, pausing at the side panel where the strange marks were carved. He produced a magnifying glass from his coat and bent close, examining each line and curve with minute attention. Recent work. "See here, Watson, the wood inside the carved grooves is still relatively fresh, not weathered. These were made within the past week. Certainly no earlier." Watson moved closer, peering at the symbols. They were indeed strange, angular and deliberate, forming patterns that suggested meaning without revealing it. They looked, he thought, rather like runes, though he suspected his knowledge of ancient alphabets was insufficient to make any definitive identification. "Protection marks, old William said," Brennan offered, "against the winter demon. There are similar marks on some of the older buildings in the village carved by folk who believed such things mattered. And do they?" Holmes asked, still studying the symbols. "Matter, I mean?" Brennan shifted uncomfortably. "They matter if people believe they matter. Fear is real enough, whatever causes it." "Indeed." Holmes straightened, moved to the front of the carriage where the driver's seat sat empty. The reins, as reported, were looped carefully over their post. The seat itself showed signs of recent occupation, the leather worn in a pattern consistent with regular use, a faint depression where someone had sat for extended periods. "No blood," Holmes observed, "no signs of violence or struggle." The driver simply stopped, set his reins with care and departed. But departed where? He climbed up onto the driver's seat, ignoring Brennan's sharp intake of breath. From this vantage, Holmes turned slowly, surveying the surrounding moorland in every direction. Watson watched his friend's face, saw the subtle shift that meant he'd noticed something. "The positioning," Holmes said quietly. "This carriage is placed precisely at the lowest point of this dell. From here, it's visible from—" he pointed. "That rise to the north, that outcropping to the east, but not from the main road, which passes south of here. Someone standing on either of those elevated points could see this clearly, but a traveller on the road would have no idea it was here." "Meaning?" Brennan asked. "Meaning it was placed here to be seen by specific observers, while remaining hidden from casual discovery. A signal, perhaps, or a message." Holmes descended from the driver's seat and moved to examine the ground around the carriage. This proved more difficult. The combination of frost, light snow, and the trampling of multiple villagers during the initial discovery had obscured whatever tracks might have existed. But Holmes persisted, working outward in widening circles, his eyes on the ground. "Here," he said suddenly, dropping to one knee about 20 feet from the carriage. "Watson, bring your medical perspective to bear on this, if you would." Watson joined him, looking where Holmes indicated. There, preserved in a patch of frozen mud that had been protected from the worst of the snow by an overhanging rock, was a boot print. Actually, several boot prints, overlapping and confused, but clearly present. "What do you make of the gait?" Holmes asked. Watson studied the prints carefully. His years of medical training had included extensive work on human locomotion, and he'd written a small monograph on the subject during his time at Bart's. "The stride is irregular," he said slowly. "See how the left foot drags slightly? And the depth here suggests the person was favouring their right side. An injury, perhaps, or—" he paused, considering. "Or someone carrying a significant weight on their left side. Excellent! And the size. Large boots. A man, almost certainly, and not a small one. The depth suggests someone of considerable weight, or again, carrying something heavy. Now, look here." Holmes indicated another set of prints, smaller and clearer, several feet away. A different person entirely. Lighter, shorter stride, moving quickly. These prints are deeper at the toe than the heel. Someone running, or at least moving with haste. Watson peered at the second set of prints, then looked up at Holmes. 2 people, then. Not just the missing driver. At minimum 2 people. Possibly more, the ground is too disturbed to be certain. But definitely not a lone driver who met with misfortune and wandered off in confusion. Holmes stood, brushing frost from his knees, and surveyed the scene with an expression Watson had learned to recognise the look of a man who'd found the first thread of a mystery and was preparing to pull it until the entire fabric unravelled. "Constable," Holmes said, "I need to examine the interior of the carriage more thoroughly. Would you assist Dr. Watson in searching the immediate perimeter for any additional physical evidence? Look particularly for anything that seems out of place, scraps of fabric, discarded items, anything that might tell us more about what happened here." Brennan nodded and gestured for Watson to follow him. As they began their search, moving carefully through the frozen heather, Watson heard the carriage door creak as Holmes pulled it fully open. The search of the perimeter proved frustrating. The moors had a way of absorbing human presence, Watson discovered. Anything dropped or discarded would simply disappear into the heather and peat, swallowed by the landscape. They found nothing obvious, no convenient blood-stained handkerchiefs or dropped weapons that would neatly explain the mystery. What they did find, about 30 yards from the carriage, was more troubling in its implications. Mr. Holmes Brennan called out, "You'll want to see this." Holmes emerged from the carriage. Watson noticed he'd been examining something small in his hand, which he quickly pocketed and joined them. Brennan was standing at the edge of what appeared to be a sheep track, looking down at the ground with an expression of deep unease. There, pressed into a patch of frozen mud, was another mark. Not a boot print this time, but something else entirely. It was roughly the shape of a hand, but elongated, the fingers too long, the palm too narrow. And whatever had made it had left 4 distinct impressions, as if it had pressed down with considerable force, leaving grooves in the mud that had subsequently frozen solid. "Before you ask," Brennan said quietly, "that's not like any hand I've ever seen, human or otherwise." Watson crouched beside it, his medical mind automatically analysing. The proportions were wrong, certainly, but there was something else that disturbed him more. The marks at what should have been the fingertips were sharp, pointed, almost claw-like. Holmes knelt beside him, studying the impression with that intense focus that meant he was cataloguing every detail. "Curious," he murmured. "Very curious indeed." "Is it?" Brennan hesitated. "Could it be an animal of some kind?" "What animal leaves handprints?" Holmes asked, though his tone was more thoughtful than dismissive. "No, Constable. This was made by a human hand, I'm quite certain, but a hand wearing something, a glove perhaps, or some kind of covering designed to create exactly this impression." "Why would anyone do that?" Watson asked, though even as he spoke he thought he knew the answer. "To frighten," Holmes said simply. "To create the impression of something supernatural. To make anyone who found this scene believe they were dealing with forces beyond rational explanation." He stood, brushing off his hands. "Which suggests, gentlemen, that we are dealing with individuals who very much want the locals to believe in their winter demon. The question is why?" They returned to the carriage, where Holmes gestured for them to look inside. The interior was as Watson had glimpsed earlier, empty of people but showing clear signs of recent use. The leather seats, the folded blanket, the valise sitting primly on the floor. "The valise is locked," Holmes said, "and rather well made. Not the sort of thing one leaves behind casually. I examined it for maker's marks. There are none, which is itself interesting. Someone went to some trouble to ensure it couldn't be traced." "Can you open it?" Brennan asked. "Given time and proper tools, certainly. But I suspect that when we do, we'll find it contains exactly what someone wanted us to find. Carefully curated evidence designed to support whatever narrative they're constructing." Holmes paused, his eyes distant. "No. What's more interesting is what's absent," Which is, Watson prompted. Any sign of the driver himself. No hat left behind, no gloves, no personal effects beyond this suspiciously convenient valise. It's as if the driver wasn't a person at all, but merely a prop in a carefully staged scene. The wind gusted sharply, causing the open carriage door to creak on its hinges. The sound was eerily similar to a moan, and Watson saw Brennan flinch slightly, his hand moving instinctively to touch something in his pocket, the same gesture Thomas Ridley had made with his iron nail. "There's something else," Holmes continued, reaching into his own pocket and producing what he'd found earlier. It was a small piece of paper, folded multiple times and partially frozen. This was wedged into the seat cushion, hidden but not so well hidden that a thorough search wouldn't find it. He unfolded it carefully, the paper crackling with frost. On it, in a crude hand, were written 3 words. "The demon walks." Brennan's face went pale. That's exactly what the old stories say, that when the winter demon comes, the only warning is those words, carved or written somewhere the victim will find them. "Yes," Holmes said thoughtfully, "which makes this message either a genuine supernatural warning, which I think we can agree is unlikely, or evidence that someone has studied the local folklore very carefully and is using it with deliberate intent." He refolded the paper and pocketed it. "I've seen enough here for now. Constable, I'd like to speak with this William Fletcher you mentioned, the man who identified the symbols, and I need a list of everyone who's had access to Hargreaves' carriage in the past month. Also, any information about unusual activity on the moors during the past few weeks. Lights where there shouldn't be lights, sounds, travellers who came and went without clear purpose." "You think this is connected to something larger?" Brennan asked. "I think," Holmes said, his eyes sweeping across the frozen landscape, "that this carriage and its missing driver are merely the visible portion of something considerably more complex. Someone Chaz gone to elaborate lengths to create a specific impression. They've invoked local superstition, staged a dramatically frozen scene, and ensured that anyone investigating would find just enough strangeness to make them uneasy. The question we must answer is, what are they trying to hide? And what would be so valuable that it's worth this much theatre?" They began the walk back to the village, the frozen carriage left behind in its dell, still gleaming with its coating of impossible frost, its carved symbols catching the weak sunlight, its open door revealing nothing but shadows and carefully planted mysteries. Watson glanced back once and felt a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold. Holmes was right, certainly. There was a rational explanation here. Human hands behind the strangeness. But standing on these ancient moors, with the wind carrying sounds that might have been birds or might have been something else entirely, with the weight of old stories pressing down like the low grey sky. Well, Watson understood why belief in demons persisted here. Some places, it seemed, were simply more hospitable to darkness than others. The walk back to the village seemed shorter than the outward journey, though perhaps that was merely because Watson's mind was occupied with the puzzle Holmes had laid before them. A staged scene, his friend had called it, theatre designed to invoke fear. But to what end? What purpose could be served by making simple Yorkshire folk believe in demons and ancient curses? They reached the village just as the church bell struck 10, the sound carrying clear and sharp across the cold air. The main street, such as it was, showed more activity now. Women with baskets making their way to the butcher and greengrocer, a farmer leading a cart laden with wool bales, children running errands with that particular haste that came from wanting to return quickly to warm firesides. All of it stopped when Holmes, Watson and Constable Brennan came into view. It wasn't dramatic exactly. No one pointed or gasped or fled. But Watson felt the weight of attention shift toward them, saw conversations pause mid-sentence, watched as faces turned to track their progress down the street. Small village life, he thought. Everyone knowing everyone else's business and strangers, especially strangers investigating mysterious happenings, becoming instant objects of intense curiosity. "William Fletcher lives just past the church," Brennan said, his voice low. "Keeps to himself mostly these days, but he's sharp still. Remembers things from before most of us were born." "Oral history," Holmes murmured. often more reliable than written records in its way. The stories that persist are the ones that carry truth, even if that truth becomes embellished over time. They found Fletcher's cottage easily enough, a small stone building that looked as though it had grown from the earth rather than been built upon it. The walls were thick limestone, the windows small and deep set, the roof weighted with stone slabs that probably dated from the same century as the walls themselves. Smoke rose from the chimney in a thin, steady stream. Brennan knocked, and after a moment the door opened to reveal the old man Watson had heard about. William Fletcher was indeed elderly, his face a map of lines and weathering, his hands gnarled with arthritis, his back bent from decades of outdoor labour. But his eyes, when they focused on Holmes, were sharp and assessing. "You'll be the detective from London," Fletcher said without preamble. His voice carried the thick Yorkshire accent that made every word sound like it was being carved from stone. "Come about the carriage, I expect." "If you'd spare us some time," Holmes said. "I understand you recognise the symbols carved into the wood." Fletcher studied Holmes for a long moment, then nodded. "Aye, come in then. No use heating all of Yorkshire while we talk." The cottage interior was dim but clean, a single room serving as living space, kitchen and bedroom all at once. A fire burned in the grate, and the air carried the smell of peat smoke and something medicinal. Herbs, perhaps, hanging in bundles from the ceiling beams. Fletcher gestured them toward chairs near the fire, then settled himself in what was clearly his accustomed seat, a worn armchair that had moulded itself to his frame over decades of use. "Those marks on the carriage," Fletcher began without waiting for questions, "are old protection signs. The kind folk used to carve when they were afraid, when they thought something from the old places might be walking." "The winter demon," Holmes said. "Aye, you've heard the tale then." "Only fragments." "Perhaps you'd share the full version." Fletcher's eyes grew distant, looking not at the room around him but at something only he could see. The past, perhaps, or memories so worn by retelling they'd become more real than the present. "My grandfather told me," he said slowly, "and his grandfather told him. Goes back hundreds of years, maybe more. They say that when winter comes down hard and the frost lies thick on the moors, something walks out there, something that was here before people, before farms and villages and Christian churches. The winter demon, we call it. Though that's likely not its true name, if it even has one." He paused, his fingers tracing patterns on the arm of his chair. Patterns that Watson noticed with a small shock were identical to some of the symbols carved on the carriage. "They say it's tall and thin, like a shadow given substance. That it moves across the moors without leaving tracks, that where it passes the cold goes deeper than natural cold. And they say..." Fletcher's voice dropped lower. "They say it takes people. Not often, not regularly. But when it does, they're found frozen, or not found at all. Just gone, as if they'd never been." "Has anyone you've known personally gone missing in such circumstances?" Holmes asked, his tone respectful but probing. Fletcher was quiet for a moment. "My uncle disappeared when I was a boy, went out to check on sheep during a hard freeze, never came back. We found him 3 days later, frozen solid in a place he had no reason to be. His face..." The old man shuddered slightly. His face looked terrified, like he'd seen something that took the sense right out of him. "Could have been exposure," Watson offered gently. "Hypothermia causes confusion, hallucinations. A man in that state might wander anywhere, see things that weren't there." "Aye," Fletcher agreed readily enough. "Could be. Probably was, if you're speaking medical-like. But tell me this, Doctor. Why were there no tracks leading to where he lay? Fresh snow had fallen the night before. Should have been tracks. There weren't any." Watson had no immediate answer to this. Holmes, however, leaned forward slightly, his interest clearly piqued. "Tell me about the symbols," he said. "How did people know to carve them? Where did that knowledge come from?" "Old knowledge," Fletcher said. "The kind that gets passed down quiet-like. Mother to daughter, father to son. You carve them when you're afraid, when you think the demon might be walking. They're meant to ward it off, or at least to show that you know it's there, that you're not ignoring it. Some say the symbols are the demon's own language turned back against it. And do they work? Fletcher's smile was thin and bitter. Well, I'm still here, aren't I? Though whether that's because of the symbols I carved on my doorframe or because the demon never took an interest in an old man with nothing worth taking, I couldn't say. Holmes rose and moved to examine the doorframe Fletcher had mentioned. Indeed, there they were, symbols carved deep into the old wood, weathered by time but still clearly visible. They matched the ones on the carriage almost exactly. "When did you carve these?" Holmes asked. 40 years ago, near enough. After my wife died. I was not in a good state of mind. Thought I saw things on the moor that probably weren't there, so I carved the symbols just in case. Haven't refreshed them since. Figured if they were going to work, they'd work. And if not, well, I'd find out soon enough. Holmes traced one of the symbols with his finger, his expression thoughtful. Has there been any unusual activity on the moors recently? Before the carriage was found, I mean. Anything that might have reminded people of the old stories? Fletcher's eyes narrowed. Funny you should ask that. There have been things. Lights on the moor at night, where there shouldn't be lights. Sounds carrying on the wind that don't match up to any animal I know. And folks getting nervous, jumpy. Several people have carved new protection symbols in the past few weeks. First time I've seen that in years. Who specifically? Holmes asked sharply. Let's see. Young Thomas Ridley, who found the carriage. Sarah Cooper at the inn. She carved them into the doorframe of the back kitchen, where guests wouldn't see and think her superstitious. John Moss the blacksmith carved a set into his anvil, though he tried to make it look like decoration. And... Fletcher paused, thinking. And that's the odd thing. Most of the protection symbols that have appeared recently are carved by folk who've never shown much interest in the old ways before. Practical people. People who'd normally laugh at such things. Suggesting that whatever's happening has made even skeptics nervous, Watson observed. Aye. And that's what worries me more than the symbols themselves. When practical Yorkshire folk start hedging their bets with old magic, you know something's genuinely wrong. Holmes asked several more questions about the timing of the lights on the moor, about whether Fletcher had noticed any strangers in the area, about the specific locations where unusual sounds had been heard. The old man answered thoughtfully, his memory proving sharp despite his age. Finally Holmes thanked him and rose to leave. One last thing Fletcher said as they reached the door. Those symbols on the carriage, they were carved wrong. Holmes turned sharply. Wrong? In what way? The order. The spacing. When you're carving protection symbols, there's a rhythm to it. A proper way. Whoever carved those knew what the symbols looked like, but they didn't know the right way to place them. Like someone copying words in a language they don't speak. The letters might be right, but the meaning's wrong. Fascinating, Holmes murmured. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. You've been remarkably helpful. Outside, the weak sun had climbed higher, but provided little warmth. Brennan led them next to the estate of Mr. Hargreaves, the carriage's owner. The walk took them to the edge of the village and beyond, up a slight rise to where a substantial stone house sat, surrounded by outbuildings and paddocks. This was wealth, at least by local standards, not the grand country estates of the aristocracy, but the comfortable prosperity of successful trade. They were met by Peter Shaw, the regular driver, a sturdy man in his 30s with the weathered look of someone who spent his days outdoors. He confirmed what Brennan had already reported. Mr. Hargreaves was indeed in Leeds, and had been for over a week. The carriage had been properly secured in its coach house the entire time, and he, Shaw, had checked on it just 2 days before it was found on the moor. So, between your last check and its discovery, someone removed it from the coach house, carved symbols into it, took it to the moor and arranged the entire frozen scene, Holmes summarised. Seems so, Shaw agreed, his expression troubled, but I can't fathom how nor why. The coach house is locked, and I have the only key aside from Mr. Hargreaves himself. May I see this coach house? Shaw led them to a well-maintained building separate from the main house. The door was indeed locked, and showed no signs of forced entry. Inside, the space where the carriage should have been sat empty, while 2 other vehicles, a smaller carriage and a cart, remained untouched. Holmes examined everything minutely: the lock, the door frame, the floor where the missing carriage had stood. He found a few things that made him pause: scuff marks on the floor that suggested something heavy had been dragged, a small piece of hemp rope caught in a crack between floorboards, and most intriguingly, a faint dusting of a white crystalline substance near where the carriage had been. He collected a sample of this substance in a small envelope he produced from his pocket, then straightened. When Mr. Hargreaves returns from Leeds, I'll need to speak with him. In the meantime, has he any competitors who might wish him ill? Any business disputes or personal enemies? Shaw considered this. He's a wool merchant, sir. There's always competition in that line, but I wouldn't say he has enemies exactly. He's a fair man, pays his debts, treats his workers decent. Though, he hesitated. Yes, Holmes prompted. There was some trouble a few months back. Talk of smuggling, and some thought Mr. Hargreaves might be involved, given his business brings him into contact with ships and transport and such. Nothing came of it. No evidence, just gossip. But it made him angry, hurt his reputation some. Smuggling of what? No one quite knew, or if they did, they weren't saying. Just whispers about goods moving through the area that weren't on any manifest. Money changing hands in odd amounts. The constable he nodded to Brennan. He looked into it but found nothing solid. It was smoke without fire, Brennan confirmed. Or so it seemed at the time. But that was autumn, and now we're in deep winter. If there was smuggling happening, it might have stopped with the weather. Harder to move goods when the moors are frozen and travel is difficult. Or, Holmes said quietly, perhaps easier, if one knows the terrain and has the right motivation. Frozen ground leaves fewer tracks than mud. Snow covers evidence. And if you've convinced the locals that a demon walks the moors in winter, well, that's excellent insurance against witnesses, isn't it? Watson saw the pieces beginning to align in his friend's mind, the pattern emerging from apparent chaos. You think the carriage is connected to smuggling, I think, Holmes said. That we should return to the inn and consider what we've learned. Constable, I'll need that list of unusual activities you mentioned earlier, and I'd like to speak with anyone who's seen these mysterious lights on the moor. Tonight, if possible, they made their way back through the village, which had settled into its midday rhythms. The main street was quieter now, most people inside at their meals. But Watson noticed something he hadn't before. Small symbols carved into door frames and windowsills, barely visible unless you knew to look for them. Protection marks, just as Fletcher had said. The village was afraid, marking itself against some perceived threat. At the inn, Mrs. Cooper had prepared a substantial lunch mutton stew with root vegetables, fresh bread and strong tea. As they ate, Holmes spread his observations out for examination, much as he might lay out physical evidence. We have, he said, a carefully staged scene designed to invoke supernatural fear. We have local folklore being actively manipulated. Someone knows the stories well enough to use them. We have symbols that look right but are, according to Fletcher, improperly executed. We have mysterious lights and sounds on the moor. We have rumours of smuggling. And we have a missing driver who may never have existed as a real person at all. The question being how they connect, Watson said. No, Holmes corrected gently. The question is who benefits from people believing in the winter demon. Someone wants the moors avoided, wants witnesses frightened, wants the local authorities and population focused on supernatural threats rather than earthly crimes. Once we understand why, we'll know who. He turned to Brennan. This evening, I'd like to visit the moor after dark, see if we can observe these lights for ourselves, but quietly. I don't want whoever's behind this to know we're watching. Brennan nodded slowly, though his expression suggested he wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea of being on the moors at night. Watson couldn't blame him. Even in broad daylight, the landscape had seemed hostile, ancient, full of hidden dangers. At night, it would be something else entirely. And in the meantime, Watson asked. In the meantime, Holmes said, rising from the table, I'm going to analyse this white substance I found in the coach house. Mrs. Cooper mentioned she has a small pantry I might use for some chemical tests. Rather basic, but it should suffice for initial analysis. He disappeared, leaving Watson and Brennan to finish their meal in companionable silence. Through the window, Watson watched the village go about its business, normal life continuing despite the mystery that had descended upon it. But he noticed how people moved a little faster than necessary, how they glanced toward the moors with expressions of unease, how even in daylight the shadow of fear was visible in their postures and gestures. Something was happening on these moors, something that used old fears to hide new crimes. And tonight, they would venture into that darkness to find out exactly what. Watson finished his tea and found himself unconsciously touching the pocket where he kept his service revolver. He'd brought it more from habit than expectation of need, but now he was glad of its solid weight. Holmes might be pursuing human criminals rather than supernatural entities, but Watson had learned that humans, when cornered, could be more dangerous than any demon from folklore. The afternoon stretched ahead, slow and grey as the winter sky. By nightfall, they would have answers. Watson just hoped those answers wouldn't cost more than they were prepared to pay. The afternoon passed with the peculiar slowness that comes before anticipated action. Holmes spent it in Mrs. Cooper's pantry, conducting chemical tests on the white substance he'd found in the coach house. Watson attempted to read, but found his attention wandering to the window, watching the light gradually fade from the already dim sky. Brennan came and went, gathering information, speaking quietly with villagers who might have seen the mysterious lights. By the time darkness fell, which it did with the abruptness characteristic of winter evenings, Holmes had finished his analysis and emerged from the pantry with the satisfied expression of someone whose hypothesis had been confirmed. "Salt," he announced, settling into the chair by the fire. "Common salt, mixed with what I believe to be potassium nitrate. The combination is used for preserving ice, keeping things frozen far longer than natural cold alone would manage." Watson set down his book. Someone wanted the carriage to appear more frozen than it should have been. Precisely. They created the appearance of supernatural cold. Frost so complete and perfect that it seemed beyond natural explanation. But it was merely chemistry, Watson. Clever chemistry, I'll grant, but nothing more mysterious than what any competent chemist might achieve. "So the entire frozen scene was manufactured," Brennan said from where he sat near the window, keeping watch on the street. "But why go to such elaborate lengths?" "That," Holmes said, "is what we're going to discover tonight. I've had word from 3 separate sources about where these mysterious lights tend to appear. There's a common area, approximately 2 miles northeast of here, in a section of the moor that's particularly isolated. If I'm correct in my theory, we'll find our answers there." As full darkness settled over the village, they prepared for the expedition. Holmes insisted they dress warmly. The night would be brutally cold, but also quietly, nothing that would rustle or shine. Watson checked his revolver, ensuring it was loaded and accessible. Brennan, after a moment's hesitation, did the same with his own service weapon. They were ostensibly pursuing criminals rather than demons, but there was something about venturing onto the moors at night that made even practical men check their weapons twice. Mrs. Cooper provided them with a dark lantern, one that could be shuttered completely to hide its light, and a flask of brandy for medicinal purposes, as she put it, with a knowing look. She also, Watson noticed, touched a small symbol carved into the doorframe as they left, her lips moving in what might have been a prayer, or might have been something older. The village was silent as they passed through it. No light showed in windows. People here went to bed with the sun and rose with it, their lives governed by rhythms older than gaslight and railways. The church bell struck 8 as they reached the last buildings, the sound carrying clear and lonely across the frozen landscape. Beyond the village, the moors waited. The darkness here was absolute in a way city dwellers never experienced. No street lamps, no windows, no reflected glow from nearby buildings. Just blackness that seemed to have weight and texture, pressing in from all sides. The stars provided some illumination. The sky was clear, crystalline with cold, but their light only served to make the landscape seem more alien, transforming familiar moorland into something from another world entirely. They walked in silence, Brennan leading with the confidence of someone who knew every rock and hollow even in darkness. The frozen ground crunched beneath their boots, each step sounding impossibly loud. Watson's breath clouded before him, visible as pale ghosts in the starlight. The cold was intense, finding its way through layers of wool and tweed, settling into bones and joints with malicious persistence. They'd been walking perhaps 40 minutes when Brennan suddenly stopped, raising a hand for silence. Holmes and Watson froze, straining their senses. There, in the distance, barely visible, a light flickered. It was faint, moving, appearing and disappearing as if someone carried a lantern behind rises in the landscape. But there was something odd about it, something that made Watson's skin prickle with unease. The light seemed wrong somehow. Too blue, too cold, not quite like any lamp he'd seen. Will-o'-the-wisp, Brennan whispered. That's what folk call such lights. Say they're spirits of the dead, or the demon itself luring travellers to their doom. Or, Holmes murmured, his voice barely audible, someone with a coloured lantern, deliberately creating the impression of something supernatural. Come, but quietly, and keep low. They moved forward with exaggerated care, using the contours of the land to stay hidden. The light grew gradually closer, and as it did, Watson began to hear sounds. Voices, distant and distorted by wind and cold, but unmistakably human. And something else, a rhythmic scraping, like metal on stone. Holmes led them to a small rise crowned with rocks, where they could observe without being seen. From this vantage, the scene below became clear, and Watson felt his breath catch. A cave mouth opened in the side of a low hill, not a large opening easily missed during casual observation, but substantial enough for a man to enter. From this cave the strange blue light emanated, and around its entrance Watson counted at least 5 men working with urgent efficiency. They were moving boxes, heavy boxes, judging by how the men strained to carry them, bringing them from within the cave and loading them onto a cart that stood nearby. The cart itself was covered with dark canvas, designed to be invisible against the night landscape. And overseeing the entire operation was a tall figure whose silhouette seemed somehow familiar, though Watson couldn't immediately place why. Smugglers, Brennan breathed. By God, the rumours were true. Holmes said nothing, his eyes tracking every detail of the scene. Watson watched as one of the men stumbled, nearly dropping his box. The tall figure moved forward with startling speed and caught it, steadying it with hands that, even at this distance, seemed oddly proportioned. The blue light caught the figure for a moment, and Watson saw why the silhouette seemed strange. The man was wearing something over his hands, gloves of some kind, but with extended fingers that created the illusion of claws, and as he moved, his gait was deliberate and unnatural, his back bent at an odd angle, his movements designed to create a specific impression. The winter demon, Watson murmured. He's playing the part. Quite expertly too, Holmes agreed. Notice how he moves, always keeping to shadows, always presenting that distinctive silhouette. Anyone glimpsing him from a distance would see exactly what they expected to see, what the folklore had prepared them to see. As they watched, the loading continued with practiced efficiency. These were men who'd done this many times before, who knew their roles and executed them with minimal conversation. The boxes, perhaps 20 in total, were secured on the cart, and then something else was brought out. A man, bound and gagged, stumbling as he was pushed roughly from the cave entrance. Watson felt his hand move instinctively toward his revolver. The missing driver, Holmes said quietly, or more accurately, the man they made disappear to complete their theatrical production. The bound man was forced to sit beside the cave entrance while the smugglers conferred. Their voices carried imperfectly across the distance, but Watson caught fragments. Too risky now. Detective from London. Should never have used the carriage. The tall figure, the false demon, seemed to be arguing for something, his gestures sharp and angry. The others appeared less certain, their body language suggesting disagreement or fear. Finally, the tall figure threw up his hands in a gesture of frustration and turned away. Now, Holmes said suddenly. Before they can disperse, Brennan circled to the right and cut off escape toward the main road. Watson, with me. And gentlemen, we want them alive if possible, but don't hesitate to defend yourselves. They moved down the slope with as much speed as stealth allowed. Watson's heart hammered in his chest, not from fear, exactly, but from the familiar rush of action, the heightened awareness that came from years of military service. His hand found his revolver, drew it, held it ready but not threatening. They were perhaps 30 yards from the cave when one of the smugglers happened to glance in their direction. For a frozen moment, no one moved. Then the man shouted a warning, and everything dissolved into chaos. The smugglers scattered immediately, running for the moor in different directions. The tall figure, the false demon, lunged not away but toward the bound man, apparently intent on silencing him permanently. Watson raised his revolver but didn't fire, the distance and darkness making a clean shot impossible. Holmes moved with remarkable speed, covering the ground between them and the cave in a sprint that would have surprised anyone who thought of him as merely cerebral. He reached the tall figure just as the man's elongated glove hands reached for the bound captive's throat. "I think not," Holmes said, and there was something in his voice, an edge of cold fury, that made the tall figure pause. In that pause, Watson arrived, his revolver now aimed directly at the man's chest. "Step back," he ordered, using the tone that had once commanded men in combat. "Slowly. Hands where I can see them." The tall figure straightened, and Watson saw him properly for the first time. He was indeed tall, perhaps 6.5 feet, but naturally so, not supernaturally. The bent posture had been an affectation, designed to make him seem even taller and more alien. The gloves were leather with wooden extensions sewn into the fingers, creating those claw-like impressions. And his face, when Watson glimpsed it in the starlight, was entirely human, sharp-featured and intelligent, with the weathered look of someone who spent considerable time outdoors. "Michael Preston," Brennan said, emerging from the darkness where he'd been pursuing another smuggler. "I might have known." "You know him?" Holmes asked, not taking his eyes from Preston. "Hargreaves' former business partner. There was a falling out 3 years ago over accounting discrepancies. Preston claimed he was cheated. Hargreaves said Preston was the one stealing. It went to court, and Preston lost. Lost his business, his reputation, everything. And nursed his grievance," Holmes said, until he found a way to strike back. Using Hargreaves' carriage, his reputation, his standing in the community, while simultaneously running a smuggling operation that, I suspect, has been far more profitable than any legitimate business. Preston said nothing, but his eyes were hard and calculating, weighing options and possibilities. "It was quite clever," Holmes continued, almost conversationally, though his stance remained alert. "You used the winter demon folklore to keep people away from your operations, created sightings, spread fear, carved those symbols knowing people would recognize them and stay clear. The frozen carriage was perhaps your masterwork, a warning to anyone who might investigate too closely. See what happens to those who venture onto the moors in winter. Quite effective, I imagine." "You can't prove any of this," Preston said finally, his voice carrying a faint Yorkshire accent overlaid with something more educated. "Oh, I think we can," Holmes replied. "The salt and potassium nitrate mixture used to create that unnaturally frozen appearance will be found in your possession, I'm certain. The gloves you're wearing match exactly the claw prints, left near the carriage. Your knowledge of Hargreaves' household gave you access to the coach house, probably a copied key made years ago. And of course, there's that gentleman behind you, whom you so thoughtfully kept alive as leverage, or perhaps as a scapegoat." Watson moved to the bound man, quickly removing his gag. The man gasped, drawing in great lungfuls of cold air, his relief palpable. "Thomas Shaw," the man managed to say between gasps. "Peter's cousin. They hired me to move the carriage, said it was a joke on Mr. Hargreaves. Then they grabbed me, kept me in that cave, said if I talked, they'd make sure I was found frozen like the demon's victims." "How long have you been down there?" Watson asked, examining him quickly for injuries. 3 days, maybe 4. Hard to tell in the dark. Watson found signs of exposure, the beginnings of frostbite on fingers and toes, dehydration, exhaustion, but nothing that wouldn't heal with proper care. He helped the man to his feet, noting how he swayed with weakness. Around them, the moor had gone quiet. The other smugglers had vanished into the darkness, though Brennan assured them he knew most of them by sight and could round them up come morning. Preston stood motionless, his theatrical costume now just pathetic remnants, his grand plan unravelled by the application of logic and observation. "What's in the boxes?" Holmes asked, moving toward the cart. "Spirits," Preston said bitterly. "French brandy mostly. Some other goods. Tobacco, tea, things that carry heavy import duties. We've been running them through here for months. The cave system extends for miles underground, connects to the coast. Perfect for storage, perfect for moving goods without being seen. And the Winter Demon story provided perfect cover. It worked," Preston said with something like pride. "People were terrified. No one came near these sections of the moor at night. We could move freely, work without fear of discovery. It would have continued working if that fool Thomas hadn't stumbled on the carriage before we could move it." "The carriage," Holmes said, "which you staged specifically to frame Hargreaves. What was the plan? To have him arrested for the disappearance? To ruin his reputation so thoroughly he'd be driven from the area?" Preston's smile was thin and cold. "Both. And it nearly worked. By tomorrow, the entire county would have been talking about Hargreaves' carriage found in impossible circumstances, a man missing, rumours of dark practices. His business would have been destroyed, and he laughed bitterly. "I would have had my revenge, and a profitable smuggling operation to boot." "Except you miscalculated," Holmes said. "You assumed the local authorities would be too superstitious or too incompetent to look beyond the supernatural explanation you'd so carefully constructed. You didn't account for someone actually investigating with a skeptical mind." "My mistake," Preston agreed. "Though I wonder, Mr. Holmes, if you'll sleep quite as soundly on the moors now. You've explained away the demon, the lights, the frozen carriage, but the moors themselves, they remember older things than my little theatrical. They hold secrets that logic can't quite dismiss." "Perhaps," Holmes said, "but those secrets don't concern me. Justice for theft, smuggling, kidnapping, and attempted murder, that concerns me very much indeed." Brennan had produced rope from somewhere and was efficiently binding Preston's hands, removing the theatrical gloves in the process. Without them, Preston looked ordinary, just another man who'd let bitterness and greed lead him into criminality. The Winter Demon costume, so effective at a distance in darkness, revealed itself as nothing more than clever stagecraft up close. They searched the cave, Holmes and Watson venturing into its depths with the dark lantern while Brennan guarded the prisoners. The cave was indeed extensive, a natural limestone formation that wound deep into the hillside. The blue light, when they found its source, proved to be a simple lantern with coloured glass, creating that eerie glow that had so unsettled witnesses. The cave's depths held more evidence of the smuggling operation, stores of French brandy, crates of tobacco, ledgers detailing shipments and payments. Holmes examined these carefully, occasionally making notes. The operation had been substantial, involving multiple parties and significant sums of money. Preston had been the architect, but he'd needed others, men desperate enough or greedy enough to risk serious criminal charges. "Most of them are local," Brennan said when they emerged. "Men I know. Good men who've fallen on hard times, turned to this because the wool trade's been suffering. Not excusing it, mind you, but I understand why they might have been tempted. That context will be relevant for the courts to consider," Holmes said, though Preston himself deserves no such sympathy. He orchestrated this not from desperation but from spite, using others' labour and risk to serve his own vendetta. The journey back to the village was slow, burdened as they were with prisoners and evidence. Thomas Shaw could barely walk, leaning heavily on Watson, his ordeal having taken a severe toll. Preston remained silent, his face set in bitter lines. The theatrical gloves hung from Brennan's belt like strange trophies. Dawn was breaking as they finally reached the village, a cold grey dawn that turned the moors silver and revealed them once again as merely landscape, empty of supernatural threat. But Watson found he understood now what Preston had meant. The moors themselves held a certain quality, a sense of age and wildness that no amount of explanation could entirely domesticate. Holmes had solved the mystery of the frozen carriage, yes, but the Moors remained mysterious in ways that had nothing to do with demons or smuggling. They delivered their prisoners to the constable's small jail, just 2 cells, but sufficient for the immediate need. Thomas Shaw was taken to his family, where Watson could ensure he received proper medical attention. The brandy and other contraband were secured as evidence, and finally, as the village began to wake and word of the night's events spread, Holmes and Watson found themselves back at the inn, exhausted but satisfied. "You've done well," Watson told his friend as they climbed the stairs to their rooms. "Saved an innocent man, stopped a criminal operation, and laid a harmful superstition to rest." "Have I?" Holmes paused at his door. "Laid it to rest, I mean. People will still tell stories of the winter demon, Watson. They'll still carve their protection symbols when the frost comes hard. Preston gave them a demon to fear, but the fear was already there, waiting. He simply used what existed. But at least they'll know this particular demon was human. This one, yes, but there will be others, Watson. There always are. Fear is a powerful force, and there will always be those who seek to exploit it." He opened his door, then turned back with a slight smile. "Still, we've done what we can. Tomorrow I'll need to interview the other smugglers, examine the ledgers more thoroughly, ensure the case is complete. But tonight, or rather, this morning, I think we've earned some rest," Watson agreed wholeheartedly. He entered his own room, removed his boots and coat, and fell into bed without bothering with the rest of his clothes. Sleep came immediately, heavy and dreamless. Outside, the moors stretched away in all directions, ancient and enduring, keeping whatever secrets they chose to keep, indifferent to human drama and human justice alike. Watson woke to afternoon light filtering through his window, and the sound of voices rising from the inn's common room below. He'd slept deeply, the kind of absolute unconsciousness that follows physical exertion and mental relief. For a moment he lay still, orienting himself. The unfamiliar room, the quality of northern light, the events of the previous night assembling themselves into coherent memory. The winter demon unmasked. Preston arrested. The smuggling ring exposed. He rose, washed in cold water from the basin, and dressed properly before descending. The common room was crowded. More people than Watson had yet seen gathered in one place in this small village. They stood in clusters, voices low but animated, the atmosphere charged with that peculiar energy that follows dramatic events in close-knit communities. Holmes sat at a corner table with Constable Brennan, papers spread before them, deep in conversation. Several of the village elders stood nearby, including old William Fletcher, whose expression suggested a complex mixture of vindication and unease. "Ah, Watson," Holmes called out, catching sight of him. "Just in time. Mrs. Cooper has saved you some lunch, or should I say breakfast, and Constable Brennan has been filling me in on the morning's developments." Watson collected a plate of cold mutton, bread and cheese from the bar, where Mrs. Cooper herself presided with the satisfied air of someone whose establishment had become the centre of important events. He joined Holmes and Brennan, nodding greetings to the gathered locals. The other smugglers Watson asked between bites, suddenly aware of how hungry he was. 4 of them turned themselves in this morning, Brennan reported. Once word spread about Preston's arrest, they came forward voluntarily. The other 2 fled, likely on their way to Leeds or further. We've sent word ahead, descriptions and names. They won't get far, and Preston himself sullen, refusing to speak further without a solicitor, which is his right. Brennan's expression suggested what he thought of that right in this particular case. But we have Thomas Shaw's testimony, the evidence from the cave, those theatrical gloves. The case is solid. Holmes tapped one of the papers before him. The ledgers tell an interesting story. Preston's Preston. Operation was more extensive than even he suggested. Shipments coming through regularly for at least 8 months, with routes extending across the north of England. He was supplying taverns and private buyers throughout Yorkshire and Lancashire, undercutting legitimate merchants substantially. A considerable enterprise, Watson observed. Indeed. And profitable enough that Preston was able to pay his accomplices well, which explains why otherwise honest men might have been tempted. Times have been hard here, Watson. The wool trade isn't what it was. Farming barely sustains families, and when someone offers cash money for a night's work moving boxes, well, desperation makes poor counsel. That's no excuse, Brennan said firmly, though his tone carried more sadness than anger. They broke the law. They'll answer for it. Of course, Holmes agreed. Though I suspect the courts will show more leniency to those who turned themselves in than to Preston, who orchestrated the entire scheme for personal revenge as much as profit. William Fletcher had been listening from nearby, and now he approached their table, his weathered face thoughtful. So the Winter Demon was just a man in gloves, he said, not quite making it a question. Just a man, Holmes confirmed, using your folklore against you, Mr. Fletcher. He knew the stories, knew how effective they'd be at keeping people away from his operations. The strange lights, the carved symbols, the frozen carriage, all theatre designed to invoke fear. Aye, Fletcher was silent for a moment. And yet, the fear was real enough. The symbols I carved on my doorframe 40 years ago, they weren't because of smugglers. The things my grandfather saw on the moor, Preston wasn't even born yet. Holmes met the old man's eyes with unexpected gentleness. I don't doubt that people have seen things on the moors that frightened them, Mr. Fletcher. The human mind is remarkably creative when confronted with darkness and isolation. Natural phenomena can seem supernatural when encountered unexpectedly. And stories, once established, create a framework through which we interpret ambiguous experiences. You're saying we frightened ourselves. I'm saying that fear is contagious and memory is unreliable, and the moors are indeed strange enough without requiring supernatural explanation. They're beautiful and harsh and ancient, and it's entirely natural for people to project mystery onto them. Fletcher considered this, then nodded slowly. Perhaps. But tell me this, Mr. Holmes. Will folks stop carving protection symbols now? Will they stop telling the old stories? Holmes smiled slightly. What do you think, Mr. Fletcher? I think they won't. I think the stories are bigger than Preston, bigger than smugglers or theatrical gloves. They're part of this place, part of what it means to live here. You've explained away one demon, but the moors will always have their mysteries. Then perhaps that's as it should be, Holmes said quietly. Some mysteries needn't be solved, only respected. Fletcher seemed satisfied with this answer. He nodded once more and withdrew to join his own companions, where Watson heard him recounting the conversation in low tones. The afternoon wore on with interviews and statements. Holmes spoke with each of the smugglers who'd surrendered, extracting details about Preston's operation with patient questioning. Watson sat in on several of these conversations, fascinated by how Holmes calibrated his approach to each individual, stern with those who seemed unrepentant, more understanding with those who'd clearly been driven by desperation rather than greed. One of them, a young man named Robert Cooper, nephew to the innkeeper, wept as he gave his statement. He'd joined Preston's operation to pay for his mother's medicine, he said, never imagining it would lead to kidnapping and staged supernatural events. He'd just carried boxes, he insisted. He hadn't known about the carriage or Thomas Shaw until it was too late. Did you believe in the Winter Demon? Holmes asked him, not unkindly. Robert looked up, his young face miserable. I didn't want to. Seemed foolish, you know. Stories for children. But Preston, he made it real somehow. The way he moved in those gloves, the sounds he'd make when he thought we were getting careless. He said if we talked, if we betrayed the operation, the demon would find us. And standing out there in the dark, with the wind and the cold and Preston looking like something from the old tales. It was easy to believe fear is a tool, Holmes observed. Preston wielded it expertly. But it was just a tool, Mr. Cooper. Just psychology and theatre. Remember that, and perhaps you'll be less susceptible to such manipulation in the future. As Robert was led away, Watson caught Holmes's expression. Not satisfaction at solving the case, but something more contemplative, almost melancholy. "Something troubling you?" Watson asked. "These men," Holmes said quietly. Most of them aren't criminals by nature. They're victims of circumstance, of economic hardship, of Preston's manipulation. They'll face justice, yes, but I can't help wondering what becomes of them after. The stigma, the difficulty finding honest work, the way small communities never quite forget. You're not responsible for society's failures, Holmes. No, but I am responsible for ensuring that justice includes mercy where mercy is warranted. Come, I need to speak with Mr. Hargreaves. He arrived back from Leeds an hour ago, and I suspect he has his own perspectives to offer on Preston and this entire affair. They found Hargreaves at his estate, in a study lined with ledgers and commercial documents. He was a solidly built man in his 50s, with the prosperous look of someone who'd built success through shrewd business sense rather than inheritance. His face, when he greeted them, showed a mixture of relief and lingering anger. "Preston," he said without preamble. "I should have known. The man has nursed his grievance for 3 years, ever since the courts ruled against him. But to go to such lengths." "Tell me about your falling out," Holmes requested, settling into a chair. Hargreaves sighed, the sound carrying years of frustration. "Preston was my partner for 7 years. We built the business together, importing wool, processing it, selling to mills throughout the north. It was profitable, respectable. Then I noticed discrepancies in the accounts, money going missing, shipments that didn't quite match the books. When I confronted Preston, he denied everything. Said I was the one stealing, trying to cheat him of his share. And the courts found in my favour. The evidence was clear. Preston had been systematically skimming profits, falsifying records. He was ordered to repay what he'd stolen, and our partnership was dissolved. He lost everything: his reputation, his business connections, his standing in the community. Creating powerful motivation for revenge, Watson observed. Indeed. He swore he'd ruin me, that I'd pay for what I'd done to him. But then he disappeared for a time, moved away, or so I thought. I assumed he'd gone to start fresh elsewhere, put the bitterness behind him. Hargreaves laughed bitterly. Instead, he was here all along, building his smuggling operation, waiting for the right moment to strike. The carriage was personal, Holmes said. Using your property, your driver's cousin, attempting to destroy your reputation specifically. The smuggling was profitable, yes, but the elaborate theatrical elements, those were about making you suffer. He succeeded partially. Even with Preston arrested, the rumours will linger. People will wonder if I was somehow involved. In business, reputation is everything, Mr. Holmes. Preston may go to prison, but he's dealt me a blow that will take years to recover from. Holmes was quiet for a moment, then leaned forward slightly. Mr. Hargreaves, what would you say to making a public gesture? Something that might help restore not only your reputation, but the community's confidence. What sort of gesture? The men who worked for Preston, most of them were driven by economic desperation, not criminal intent. They'll face prosecution, yes, but afterward, they'll need employment, a way to rebuild their lives. What if you were to announce that you're expanding your operations and will consider hiring men who've made mistakes but are willing to work honestly? Hargreaves stared at Holmes as if he'd suggested something impossible. Hire the men who helped Preston try to destroy me. Hire men who need a chance at redemption. It would accomplish several things. Demonstrate your character and generosity, provide tangible help to struggling families, and show the community that you're more concerned with moving forward than with revenge. It's the opposite of what Preston would do, which makes it powerful. Watson watched the merchant's face as he considered this. It was a bold suggestion, Holmes asking a victim to extend mercy to those who'd wronged him. But there was a strategic elegance to it as well, a way of transforming victimhood into leadership. "I'll consider it," Hargreaves said finally. "I'm not promising anything, mind you. But I'll consider it." "That's all I ask," Holmes said, rising. "One more thing, your driver, Peter Shaw. His cousin was used in this scheme, held captive, very nearly killed. Peter feels responsible, though of course he isn't. A kind word from you might ease that burden." Hargreaves nodded slowly. "I'll speak with him." And Mr. Holmes, thank you for solving this, for returning my property, for seeing beyond the surface complications outside. Walking back toward the village, Watson found himself smiling. That was well done. The suggestion about hiring the smugglers. We'll see if he takes it, Holmes said. But it would be the right thing, both morally and practically. Punishing crime is necessary, Watson, but preventing future crime through opportunity and dignity is far more effective. The sun was lowering toward the horizon now, casting long shadows across the moors. The landscape looked softer in this light, less forbidding, though Watson knew that was merely illusion. Come full darkness, the moors would be as hostile as ever. They spent the evening at the inn, where the atmosphere had shifted noticeably. The fear that had permeated the village was dissipating, replaced by relief, and a certain pride that their constable, with help from London, had solved such a complex case. People approached Holmes throughout the dinner hour, offering thanks, sharing their own stories of seeing the mysterious lights or hearing strange sounds. Holmes listened patiently to each account, occasionally asking clarifying questions, always treating the speakers with respect even when their stories seemed embellished or unlikely. Watson noticed how this simple act of listening seemed to help people process what had happened. The violation of having their fears manipulated, the relief at discovering natural explanations. Old William Fletcher joined them for a brandy after dinner, his presence seeming to confer some kind of approval on the London detective who demystified their demon. "You handled it well," Fletcher said, his weathered hands wrapped around his glass. "Could have made us all feel foolish for believing the stories. Could have dismissed the old ways entirely, but you didn't." "The stories serve a purpose," Holmes replied. "They help people make sense of a landscape that can be genuinely dangerous. Better to respect that than to mock it." "My grandfather always said the moors had their own logic," Fletcher continued, staring into his brandy. "Said you don't fight it. You just live alongside it. Respect it." Preston forgot that, I think. Thought he could use the old tales for his own purposes without consequence. And yet he nearly succeeded, Watson pointed out. "Nearly," Fletcher agreed, "but not quite. The moors have a way of revealing truth eventually, whether you call that justice or just the nature of the place." He shrugged. "Either way, balance gets restored." Later, as Watson prepared for bed, he stood at his window looking out over the darkened landscape. Somewhere out there, the frozen carriage still sat in its dell, though tomorrow Hargreaves' men would retrieve it. The cave where Preston had stored his smuggled goods was now under guard. The mysterious lights that had frightened villagers were explained away as coloured lanterns and human deception. And yet, Watson thought, Fletcher was right. The moors themselves remained mysterious, not with supernatural mystery, but with the deeper mystery of wild places that had existed long before humans arrived, and would exist long after they departed. That mystery didn't need demons to make it real. It was real in the wind that never quite stopped, in the ancient stone that had witnessed uncounted generations, in the sheer scale and age of the landscape itself. Holmes had solved the case brilliantly, exposing human criminality behind supernatural pretense. But he'd also done something more subtle and perhaps more important. He'd distinguished between false mystery, designed to manipulate, and genuine mystery that simply existed, asking nothing, explaining nothing, simply being itself. Watson closed the curtain and turned away from the window. Tomorrow they would return to London, to Baker Street, to the comfortable civilization of gaslight and hansom cabs. But he thought he'd remember these moors. Remember the lesson they'd taught about fear and respect, about the difference between mystery that harms and mystery that simply is outside. The wind picked up, testing the windows with cold fingers. And somewhere in the darkness the Yorkshire moors stretched away toward distant horizons, keeping their own counsel, patient and enduring as stone morning arrived with a softness that seemed impossible after the harsh nights they'd endured. Watson woke to find pale sunlight actually breaking through the clouds, casting tentative warmth across his room. It was, he thought, as if the moors themselves were offering a gentler farewell, though he suspected this was merely coincidence rather than any sentiment on the part of the landscape. He descended to find Holmes already packed his single travelling bag sitting by the door. his attention focused on a final conversation with Constable Brennan. The common room held fewer people this morning. Most of the village had returned to its normal rhythms, the drama of the past days settling into what would eventually become local legend. The magistrate arrives this afternoon, Brennan was saying as Watson approached. He'll formally charge Preston and the others, set the trial dates. Your testimony will be required, of course, but that can wait until the trial itself, probably not for another month or two, given the court schedule. Send word to Baker Street when the date is set, Holmes replied. We'll return. In the meantime, I've written out my observations and conclusions in detail. He handed over a thick envelope. Everything the prosecution will need, properly documented and witnessed. You've done more than your duty, Mr. Holmes, Brennan said, and Watson heard genuine gratitude in his voice. This village won't forget what you've done here. I trust they'll also remember what they've learned, Holmes said. That fear is a tool that can be used against them, that mystery and criminality are not the same thing, and that old stories, while valuable, shouldn't prevent clear thinking when circumstances demand it. Mrs. Cooper herself prepared their breakfast, a final substantial Yorkshire meal of eggs, bacon, black pudding and fried bread that sat heavy but satisfying in Watson's stomach. As they ate, various villagers stopped by to offer thanks or simply to shake hands. Thomas Ridley, the shepherd who'd first discovered the carriage, brought a small package wrapped in brown paper. For you, Mr. Holmes, he said, his weathered face uncertain. Just a bit of local cheese and some oatcakes. For your journey home. It's not much, but... It's very thoughtful, Holmes said, accepting the package with genuine warmth. Thank you, Mr. Ridley. And that iron nail in your pocket. You can stop touching it now. The demon has been thoroughly explained. Ridley laughed, embarrassed but relieved. Habit, I suppose. My grandmother would have said even explained demons deserve respect, just in case. Wise woman. Your grandmother, Holmes observed. Young Robert Cooper appeared as well, his face still showing the strain of the past days, but also a tentative hope. Mr. Holmes, he said quietly, what you said yesterday, about being less susceptible to manipulation. I've been thinking about that. About how easy it was to believe, to follow Preston. I wanted to tell you. I'll do better. I'll think clearer. Won't let fear or desperation make my choices again. That's all anyone can do, Mr. Cooper, Holmes replied. Learn from mistakes and move forward. And who knows? Perhaps Mr. Hargreaves will surprise you with an opportunity to prove you've learned that lesson. The young man's eyes widened slightly, hope flickering across his features, but he said nothing more, just nodded and withdrew. By 9 o'clock, they were ready to depart. The morning coach would take them to the railway station at Haworth, where they'd catch the Leeds train, then the express back to London. The same journey in reverse, watching the landscape transform from wild moorland to cultivated fields, to industrial towns, to the great sprawling capital. Old William Fletcher was waiting by the coach, wrapped in his heavy coat, his breath clouding in the still cold air. He pulled Holmes aside for a moment, speaking in tones too low for Watson to hear. Holmes listened intently, nodded once, and shook the old man's hand with what seemed like genuine respect. What was that about? Watson asked as they settled into the coach. Fletcher wanted to ensure I understood something, Holmes said, his expression thoughtful. He said that while I'd explained this particular demon, I shouldn't assume I'd understood the Moors themselves, that there are older things here than Preston's theatrics, older stories than the Winter Demon. He wasn't threatening or warning, just informing, as one might inform a visitor about the character of a place they're leaving. And what did you tell him? That I understood perfectly, that some mysteries are meant to remain mysteries, and that wisdom lies in knowing which questions to pursue and which to leave peacefully unanswered. The coach lurched into motion, wheels creaking over the frozen road. Watson looked back at the village as it receded, the stone buildings, the church spire, the moors stretching beyond like a vast, patient presence. He thought of the people they were leaving behind. Brennan, who would continue keeping order in his quiet way, the Coopers running their inn, Hargreaves rebuilding his reputation, the smugglers facing consequences but perhaps also redemption, and the Moors themselves, unchanged by human drama, continuing as they had for millennia. The journey to the station passed through landscape Watson had seen only in darkness during their arrival. In daylight it revealed itself as harsh but beautiful. The winter-brown heather, the grey stone walls dividing empty fields, the occasional farmhouse looking small and vulnerable against the vast openness. Sheep dotted the hillsides, their thick wool protection against the brutal weather. "You're quiet," Holmes observed after they'd travelled perhaps 20 minutes in silence. "Just thinking," Watson replied, "about how different this place is from London. How the concerns are different, the rhythms of life, even the way people think about the world, urban versus rural," Holmes said, "though the differences are more profound than simple location. In London, one can be anonymous, surrounded by millions yet unknown. Here, everyone knows everyone, for better and worse. In London, mysteries are crimes to be solved. Here, mysteries are part of the landscape, woven into daily life." "Which do you prefer?" Holmes considered this. "I need London for my work. The cases, the access to information, the endless variety of human behaviour concentrated in one place. But—" He paused, looking out at the passing moors. "But places like this remind me that not everything requires solution, that some aspects of human experience are meant to remain textured, ambiguous. That certainty, while satisfying, isn't always the highest good." Watson smiled. "That's unusually philosophical for you. The moors have that effect, apparently. Fletcher warned me about that too. Said the place gets into your thinking if you're not careful, makes you contemplative. Is that such a terrible thing? For a consulting detective who relies on razor-sharp logic?" "Potentially hazardous," Holmes replied, but his tone was light, almost amused. "Though I suppose occasional philosophical reflection won't entirely ruin my faculties." They reached the station just as the Leeds train was arriving, the great locomotive pulling in with a hiss of steam and squeal of brakes. The transition from open moorland to the enclosed railway carriage felt abrupt, almost jarring, from one world to another in the span of moments. The train was more crowded than their arrival journey had been. They shared their compartment with a wool merchant, 2 farmers heading to Leeds on business, and a young woman who might have been a governess. Judging by her modest but respectable dress, and the book of French grammar she studied with fierce concentration. The merchants talked business, prices and tariffs and the challenges of competing with imported goods. The farmers discussed weather and sheep diseases and the prospects for spring planting. It was ordinary conversation, the kind that filled countless train journeys throughout England, yet Watson found himself listening with unusual attention. These were the people affected by cases like Preston's smuggling operation. The legitimate merchants undercut by untaxed goods, the workers whose livelihoods depended on honest trade, the communities disrupted by criminal enterprises. Holmes solved crimes for the intellectual challenge, for the satisfaction of imposing order on chaos. But the effects rippled outward in ways that were easy to forget in the abstract exercise of deduction. Holmes, Watson noticed, was also listening, though his eyes remained fixed on the window where the landscape flowed past. His friend had an extraordinary ability to absorb information from seemingly casual conversation, to extract significance from the mundane. But Watson suspected Holmes was also simply listening, letting the sound of ordinary life wash over him after several days of intense focus on the extraordinary. At Leeds, they changed trains with a brief interval for lunch at the station restaurant. The food was mediocre, overcooked beef, watery vegetables, tea that tasted of metal, but Watson found he didn't mind. It was in its way a return to familiar mediocrity after the intensity of the moors. The express to London was considerably more comfortable than the local trains had been. They secured a first-class compartment to themselves, and as the train gathered speed southward, Watson felt the accumulated tension of the past days beginning to release. "Tell me," he said, settling back against the upholstered seat, "when did you first suspect Preston specifically?" Holmes lit his pipe, the familiar ritual comforting in its ordinariness. "I didn't, initially. My first suspicion was simply that the frozen carriage was staged. The frost pattern was too perfect, too theatrical. Once I confirmed the salt and potassium nitrate mixture, I knew we were dealing with someone who understood both chemistry and dramatic effect. But that could have been anyone indeed. but the symbols narrowed it considerably. They were accurate enough to convince locals, yet improperly executed according to Fletcher's expertise. That suggested someone who'd studied the folklore but wasn't actually immersed in it, an outsider's understanding rather than a native's. Combined with the use of Hargreaves's specific carriage, it pointed to someone with both knowledge of and grudge against Hargreaves, and the smuggling that became apparent when I considered the question of motivation. Why create such an elaborate theatrical production? Simple revenge against Hargreaves could have been accomplished more directly. But if one were running an illegal operation that required keeping people away from certain areas of the moors, well, invoking supernatural fear would be remarkably effective. Once I understood the goal, the method became clear. Watson nodded, following the logical progression. It always seemed obvious when Holmes explained it afterward, though it had been anything but obvious at the time. "What will happen to Preston, do you think?" Watson asked. "Prison, certainly. The charges are serious. Smuggling, kidnapping, attempted murder if the prosecution can make that case. He'll likely serve 10 to 15 years, possibly more. The others will face lighter sentences, particularly those who cooperated. Some may avoid prison entirely if Hargreaves follows through on my suggestion and speaks for them." "And the village?" "Will recover," Holmes said with certainty. "Small communities are resilient. They'll incorporate this incident into their collective history, another story to tell alongside the older ones. The winter demon tale will persist, but perhaps with a new moral attached, about the dangers of manipulation and the importance of clear thinking, even in the face of fear." The afternoon wore on, the train carrying them steadily southward through changing landscape. The wild moors gave way to the gentler hills of the Midlands, then to the increasingly urban sprawl that surrounded London. Watson dozed intermittently, lulled by the train's rhythm and the exhaustion he'd been holding at bay. When he woke, the winter darkness had fallen again, and the train was approaching London's outskirts. Through the windows he could see the glow of gas lights, the familiar geometry of streets and buildings, the comfortable density of civilization. "Home," he murmured, and was surprised by the relief in his own voice. "Indeed," Holmes agreed, "and while I've no doubt Mrs. Hudson will scold us for the short notice of our departure and return, I suspect she'll have anticipated our arrival and prepared accordingly." "How could she possibly know?" "Because I telegraphed her this morning from the village, naturally, asking her to ensure the fire was lit and dinner prepared for our return." Watson laughed. "Of course you did. King's Cross Station, when they arrived, was a chaos of steam and noise and crowds. Everything the Yorkshire moors were not. They collected their bags, found a hansom cab, and soon were rattling through familiar streets toward Baker Street. London smelled of coal smoke and horse manure and the peculiar dampness that characterised the city in winter. It sounded of hooves on cobblestones and vendors' cries and the rumble of countless carts and carriages. It looked like gaslight reflecting off wet pavement, like crowded buildings leaning toward each other across narrow streets, like humanity packed so densely that isolation became its own kind of companionship. Watson had missed it, he realised. Missed the anonymity and the energy and the sense of being at the centre of the world's motion. The moors had their power, certainly, their age and wildness and capacity to humble human pretension. But London was home in a way that wild places could never be. Baker Street, when they reached it, welcomed them with warm windows and Mrs. Hudson's anticipated preparation. She met them at the door, scolding even as she helped with their bags, inquiring about their health, even as she complained about the imposition of their sudden departure. "I've kept your rooms, Ed," she said, leading them upstairs, "and there's a proper dinner waiting. None of that northern fare, all fat and no seasoning. Good London cooking, the sort that civilised men should eat." Holmes caught Watson's eye, and they shared a smile. Mrs. Hudson's provincial prejudices were as familiar as the rooms they now entered. Baker Street, unchanged in their absence, comfortable and cluttered with the accumulated detritus of previous cases. Watson sank into his chair by the fire with a sigh of contentment. The flames danced cheerfully, warming the room against the winter cold. His medical journals sat where he'd left them, marked at articles he'd meant to finish. The familiar sounds of London traffic filtered up from the street below. "I'm glad we went," he said, after Mrs. Hudson had served dinner and departed. The case was interesting, the solution elegant. "But I'm equally glad to be home as am I," Holmes admitted, attacking his roast beef with evident appetite, "though I suspect we'll both dream of the moors for a time. Such places have a way of lingering in the mind. Do you think Fletcher was right about there being older mysteries on the moors that we didn't encounter?" Holmes paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. "I think," he said slowly, "that the world contains both mysteries that can be solved and mysteries that simply exist. My calling is to address the former: crimes, puzzles, problems that yield to logic and observation. But that doesn't mean the latter don't exist. Fletcher's older mysteries, if they're real, are not my province. They belong to poets, perhaps, or philosophers, or to the people who live alongside them, who've learned to coexist with uncertainty." "That's a remarkably humble acknowledgement of limits. Even I have limits, Watson, though I try not to advertise them widely," Holmes replied with a slight smile. "Besides, it's not humility so much as specialization. A doctor doesn't claim expertise in engineering simply because both fields involve problem-solving. Similarly, I solve the mysteries that threaten human welfare and disrupt social order. The other kind, the existential, the philosophical, the genuinely ineffable, I'm content to leave alone." Watson considered this as he finished his meal. It was, he thought, a mature perspective from someone who could sometimes seem to view every uncertainty as a personal challenge. Perhaps the moors had indeed affected Holmes's thinking, if only temporarily. After dinner they settled into their respective chairs with brandy and pipes, the evening stretching comfortably ahead. Holmes picked up a monograph he'd been writing before their Yorkshire journey, reading with half attention. Watson opened one of his medical journals, though he found his mind wandering. He thought about Thomas Ridley touching his iron nail for protection, about young Robert Cooper's tears, about William Fletcher's weathered wisdom. He thought about the frozen carriage gleaming in its dell, about Preston in his theatrical gloves creating demons to hide crimes, about the moors themselves stretching away under starlight. The case was solved. The criminals caught. Justice proceeding according to English law. It was tidy, satisfactory, complete. And yet... "Holmes," Watson said suddenly, "do you think we made things better? I know we solved the crime, but the village was already struggling economically. We've removed a source of income for several families, even if it was illegal income. Will they be better off, in practical terms, than they were before?" Holmes set down his monograph, giving Watson his full attention. "That's the question that haunts every detective who thinks beyond mere case resolution," he said quietly. "The answer is complex. In the immediate term, no. Those families will struggle more without the smuggling income. In the longer term, possibly yes. If Hargreaves provides employment, if the village learns from this experience, if the removal of fear allows for more normal economic activity." Not a very satisfying answer. "No," Holmes agreed, "but honest. We cannot solve poverty, Watson, or the structural inequalities that make smuggling tempting. We can only address specific crimes and hope that justice, combined with mercy, creates space for better outcomes. It's not enough, but it's what we can do." Watson nodded slowly. It was the perennial limitation of their work, solving individual problems while larger systemic issues remained untouched. But perhaps, he thought, that was enough. Perhaps the accumulation of individual solutions, of small acts of justice and mercy, eventually added up to something larger. The evening deepened into night. The fire burned lower, requiring occasional attention. The sounds of London gradually quieted as the city settled into its late hours. Watson found his eyes growing heavy, the warmth and safety of Baker Street, after days of tension and cold, pulling him towards sleep. "I'm for bed," he announced finally, rising and stretching. "Tomorrow I suppose we'll write up the case properly." "Tomorrow," Holmes confirmed, "we return to ordinary life. Cases to review, correspondence to answer, the usual routines, though I suspect the moors will take some time to fade from immediate memory." Watson paused at the door to his room. "Do you think we'll be called back?" "For the trial, obviously. But I mean, do you think there will be other cases from that region? Other mysteries that require London expertise?" Holmes considered this. "Possibly. Word spreads in rural areas. A successful case in Yorkshire will reach other counters. We may find ourselves summoned to various remote locations to address problems the local authorities can't solve." He smiled slightly. "Which suits me perfectly. Variety is essential to maintaining mental acuity. Then I suppose I should keep my travelling bag ready. An excellent habit for anyone associated with me, Watson." Watson smiled and withdrew to his room. He undressed slowly, his body remembering the physical exertions of the past days, the long walks across frozen moorland, the cold that had penetrated to his bones, the tension of confronting criminals in darkness. But underneath the tiredness was satisfaction. They'd done good work. They'd helped people, solved mysteries, brought order to chaos. He climbed into bed and extinguished the lamp. In the darkness, he could hear the familiar sounds of Baker Street. Holmes moving about in the sitting room, the creak of old floorboards, the distant sound of a late cab passing on the street below. Comfortable sounds, home sounds. But as sleep began to claim him, Watson's mind drifted back one final time to the moors. He saw them as they'd appeared that last morning, vast and ancient under pale sunlight, stretching away toward horizons that seemed impossibly distant. He thought of the people who lived there, who'd learned to exist alongside harshness and beauty, who carried old stories and made room for new ones. The winter demon had been explained, but the moors remained mysterious. Preston had been caught, but the landscape continued unchanged. They'd brought justice to one small village, but the world stretched far beyond, full of similar places where old fears and new crimes tangled together in ways that defied simple resolution. It was enough, Watson thought as sleep finally took him. It was enough to solve what could be solved, to help where help was possible, to bring light to one small darkness at a time. The rest, the vastness, the ancient mysteries, the questions too large for any answer, those could remain as they were. In the sitting room, Holmes sat alone by the dying fire, staring into the flames. He was thinking of symbols carved wrong, of old men who remembered older stories, of the sound wind made crossing empty moors. He was thinking of how fear shaped behaviour, how belief created reality, how the human mind sought pattern and meaning even in randomness. But mostly he was thinking that Fletcher had been right. The moors had gotten into his thoughts, made him contemplative in ways that weren't entirely comfortable. He would shake it off, return to his usual analytical clarity. But perhaps, he admitted to himself in the privacy of late night, perhaps that wasn't entirely necessary. Perhaps a little mystery, left deliberately unsolved, was good for the soul, if he believed in souls, which he mostly didn't, though the moors in their ancient patience might have argued otherwise. Outside, London slept and woke and slept again, the great city's rhythms continuing as they always had. And far to the north, the Yorkshire moors stretched under starlight, keeping their counsel, holding their secrets, patient and enduring as stone. The case was closed, the journey was complete, and tomorrow would bring new challenges, new mysteries, new opportunities to impose order on chaos. But for tonight, there was only rest, and the quiet satisfaction of work well done, and the gentle drift toward dreams where frozen carriages gleamed under impossible frost, and old men spoke wisdom, and the wind carried sounds that might have been birds or might have been something older, singing songs the moors alone remembered. Peace settled over Baker Street like a benediction. The fire burned low, the night deepened, and sleep when it came was dreamless and complete.